Hey guys. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Enough with the may I meet you. We don't need that up in here. What's up? All right, we got a lot of work to do this week. A lot of fun things to work on. Buongiorno. What's trading? Pfizer, Strive, Nvidia or Nvidia? Nvidia. I don't know. Quantum Computing Inc. I just sorted some up on their quarterly report. Nothing there in the quarterly report. Zymeworks. Phase 3 results for Zymeworks. Good morning. Let's see what else is going on. Tesla down a little bit. Nvidia down quite a bit, actually. Wonder if there's some rumors about quarterly earnings. Google up 3%. Gemini coming out this week. A lot of excitement about that. I'm still in AVXL. Yeah, I lost some money on quantum shorts. I thought quantum would be down. It had a nice recovery, but I shorted more quantum, so we'll see how that goes. Rigetti down a little bit. Very actively traded. Jazz? What's Jazz doing? Oh, Jazz and Zymeworks have a partnership. Okay. Elbit's up. Beijing. Dell's down 7%. Unicure's down 5%. How about MicroStrategy? What a crazy story. You know, Saylor buying Bitcoin throughout the whole thing. Bitcoin now at 94,000. Levels we haven't seen in a while. Market's looking very shaky. I'm very bearish. Palantir down 2%. Palantir's back to attractive levels. The label is fine for Levitus, I think. Yeah. QUBT does have cash. That's why I've been reluctant to short it. But on this pop, why not? AVXL will raise money. They have the ability to do that. Every company has. Biotech is kind of one of these spaces that you just can't kill a biotech. You can always reverse merge. You can always do something. So I wouldn't worry about delisting and stuff like that. Just try to get the bulk of your trade, make some money, and move on. That's my advice. In biotech, don't overstay your welcome. Try to get. I'm still short when they delisted. You know, when I hear guys say that, I don't like it. It's not my style. If that's what you want to do, great. But you're potentially you're potentially going to be in a place where you regret. You know, if there's some comeback. You know, a BS press release is all it takes. Yeah, I read the Aronson. I mean, like I said, he's a family friend. So they're off. Okay. That liquidity briefly went to 600K. I don't know why. Well, I still don't know why. Anybody know why? It's very bizarre. Must be miscalculating it or something. Oh, I think I see why. My capper puts shot up. maybe that'll come back and normalize because that's very bizarre P&L. I bought these capper puts by accident. Let me see if I could. Okay, it's normal again. Um, they get roasted on these capper puts. I thought they were AVXL puts. No joke. I'm a retard. Oh man, I was sitting there buying capper puts when I thought they were AVXL puts. That's how you know. You know when you don't have any sleep. That's what happens. I actually think ABVX is going to go up more. I don't think it's frothy at all. Yeah, quantum's down again after I had a pretty big position expecting a dump on Friday. Got the dump pre-market, couldn't cover enough pre-market. Really rough execution the last few days for me. I should be up so much more, but what are you gonna do? Sometimes life kicks you in the ass, right? Can't do much about it. And there's AVXL down to 333 as traders realize it's all over. It's all over, folks. It's all over. Yeah, Biohaven is kind of what I mentioned. No, William, we closed our seed. I appreciate it though. We don't like talking to VCs unless they call us. You know, VCs are kind of pretty crummy. No offense to any great VCs out there. We just I have a dream. D Wave will be down. No, A16Z is great. Yeah, I mean VCs, unless they call you, I don't think you should call them. You know, you blind calling a VC is kind of a little cringe. I've done it. I've done it, but I don't know, Josh. We'll figure that out when it happens. Palantir down $1. Nvidia down $3. Nvidia's kind of attractive, so is Palantir. Quantum's all over the place. D-Wave's down, but IonQ is sort of flat. QBT picking up after selling off a little bit. Still down from the early open, or from pre-open, I'd say. Rigetti down a little bit. BBAI down. We were short that clown show. CoreWeave, CoreWeave's really interesting. You know, what to do with CoreWeave here is kind of a fascinating situation because you have the debt market telling you something's wrong. And yeah, the equity market telling you everything's fine. You know, we're on a relative basis here. And that's just something that, you know, is hard to reconcile. So, you know, I would say that's telling you to short it. But, you know, it's a very dicey situation, very easily could gap up on you. It's not like some simple thing to get through. Pretty complicated situation there at CoreWeave. Bitcoin bouncing. BTQ reported no revenue in Q3. $0 of revenue. Google up on the Berkshire, I guess, acquisition of shares. Gemini also coming very soon here. Supposedly Gemini quite good. Blue Owl, maybe with some liquidity difficulties, allegedly, but, you know, I don't follow that space that closely. AVXL is the news is out. There's no more news. I mean, they're going to formalize the rejection, but they got rejected. That's it. It's over. Yeah, Blue Owl stopping redemptions a little like when Bear did that. Remember when Bear did that? I think the Sarepta label is good news. I mean, it's a lot of bearishness out there. You know, maybe the market will climb a wall of worry. I don't know, but I think IonQ has a long way to fall. For example. Palantir is a good product, a good team, good moat. Yeah, all that. I mean, Palantir will be fine. But stocks and companies are two different things. All right, we'll look at some stocks in a second. I'm just trying to get this trade off here. Okay, Quantum's now rallying. Looks like the market wants to rally in general. Oklo's up $2. I think I've looked at IDYA briefly, at least. It's definitely an interesting company. Yeah, I don't think Quantum's going to hold a rally. But I don't know, obviously. All eyes on NVIDIA this week. I think NVIDIA's in good shape, but it may not matter. The mood of the market has turned very somber. Do you guys feel that? Do you feel that as well? I get this sense that good news is not going to be perceived well. Even good news is going to be bad. The market's kind of, I think, doing a pretty big shift. Part of it is we just have such huge returns over the last 3 years that it'd be very hard for the market to continue on this tear. Multiples would keep having to expand, and they're already at kind of the breaking point of what you would normally pay for cash flow streams. So I feel like there's just a really dark sense of darkness that's starting to, when you see the clouds moving in, you can kind of just see it. I think that's what's going on. And that means that we're going to sell good news, and bad news are going to really sell, but even good news is going to get sold. That's kind of the way I think it's all going to go down. But again, that started to happen in 2007, and it took until 2008 for things to really go crazy. But you're starting to see some warning signs again. I think all eyes on CoreWeave to some extent. If CoreWeave has I think they have the cash flow. I mean, I don't see any issues, but we can do a bit of a liquidity analysis in CoreWeave and sort of see what maybe we should start with that and sort of see what we're doing here. That'd be fun. It's not something that, we tend to do, but it's actually pretty important in this environment. Meanwhile, I'm trying to buy these options. Quantum weakening again. Again, can't hold this rally. Feels like the quants may be giving up on Quantum, which has largely been their support. It's the machines that are along that factor, big factor, frontier tech, that factor cannot succeed in a down market. In fact, that's the last factor you want. So it feels like now is the time to go mega short Oklo, mega short Quantum. That factor is really spooky. It's overbought. It's been a great factor for a long time, but it's paradoxically a good factor, even though the market had been up for so long. But now you got to expect that factor to come in pretty hard. Modern finance, we trade factors, not stocks. Madrigal has been around a while for me. Not new. Kind of one of these stocks that I've been pushing, but not that hard. It's obviously been a big winner. Trying to buy these super, well, I shouldn't even say what I'm trying to buy until I've bought it. There we go. I'm trying to buy some like really out of the money calls on a company that I think could get taken over. The problem with that is they get taken over, you get the call from the SEC immediately. But this CDO was on. He was on some show where he was like, "Yeah, we're getting a lot of calls from big pharma, so maybe we'll get, you know." Then he kind of backtracked. It was like, "Oh, you're getting taken over." And take a wild guess what company we're talking about here. But if they get taken over for, $200 or something like that, I want the calls that pay me, an insane amount. Some real out of the money. Those real out of the money ones, The company is Abivax, fairly obviously there. But yeah, if Abivax gets paid, if said Chag, I like Chag. I don't give a fuck. I'm not long it, but well, I want to buy Chag, man. Um, yeah. So if Abivax gets bought for 200, these 5 calls go from 1 to 50. That's a 50x, baby. That's a 50x. Problem is, no one's gonna sell you this shit. I'm not having a nice day. Thank you very much. Quantum is up. I like to see NFX slip side down. I don't know INBX that well. I bought some on the data. Thought it was good data. Promptly forgot about it. I haven't looked at Indivior. Well, that factor is not for sale just yet. Factor is, if anything, people really want it for some reason. And CoreWeave's rallying. So much for that. Even old Rigetti. All right, let's look at CoreWeave. See what the situation is there. Not on my list. Interesting. There it is. $77 stock. We're going to try to look at the debt. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so we've got 2029 paper. That's 270. 2030 paper, 2 billion. 2031 paper for 1750. They have a term loan, 2 term loans. But I don't know what their terms are. So let's look at the 2029s first. This matures November 2029. 5.7% coupon here. Don't have a price on the bond. We have 2030s that are 9.25% coupon. Those are trading at 95 cents. So still pretty solvent there. 9.5, 9.25. Those are 6/130. They're callable. And let's see. And we got 2031s. These mature Feb 1st. They're 9% paper. And they are trading for 93 cents. 93 cents a little ugly. That is a little worrisome. So we're just going to look at some other things. 1 second. Try to place some other trades here too. I'm not trading SAP, no. Yeah, Biohaven, you know, the CEO and other people on the board. Looks like they took down a bunch of the stock in the secondary. The worst is over for those guys. But we'll see. Yeah. Tell me about it, DevTrader. Innovis is such a fake company. If their market cap was any bigger, I would short it, but it's like 80 mil market cap, so nothing to short. SanDisk up 10%. Remarkable. Micron up 5%. Storage is in vogue. I don't know much about Pally, to be honest. Oh, this market's wild. You know, you've got $2 moves in stocks that are just back and forth. All right, let's see if CoreWeave can cover their obligations. That's the big key here. We're going to look at the 2029 paper, which is it's a very small amount. It's only 270 million. So that's almost certainly going to be fine. But then the 2030 paper and the 2031 paper is pretty tricky. You've got 3 billion there. But on cash flow from operations, they delivered 1.7 that quarter. So, it would seem that, 3.7 should be doable. But the big but here, the Kim Kardashian here is morning is really like, what does the data center look like, years from now? Now, at the same time, like some of these contracts are pretty much guaranteed contracts, right? But we just have to think about kind of EQ is this little tiny piece of crap that, is kind of like a mini Abivax, but I don't really know much about it. I just bought a tiny amount just because the guy who found Abivax bought it too, so it's really not that important to me. It's some penny stock. Okay, so we just sort of have to think about what does cash flow look like for these guys next quarter, and depreciation here. There's something funky here. Let's look at the cash flow statement. So CoreWeave took in a bunch of cash for deferred revenue, which if you strip that out, they actually weren't. They haven't been that profitable this year so far. It's kind of scary. It's a really tricky thing to model. Kind of an accounting nightmare, to be honest, but we should go through it just because it's a good exercise. For anyone trying to study financial statements, I would definitely try to model CoreWeave. You don't have that much information because it's kind of a new publicly traded company. But like, if you really want a good workout, sometimes you want to go to the gym and work out and get stronger. This is the same thing here. Try to go through CoreWeave and see if you can lift these weights. It's usually pretty easy for tech companies and for software companies at least, and for biotech. But you want a real accounting challenge. It's not even that big of a challenge, but it kind of is a challenge with respect to just modeling the future vis-a-vis the debt and trying to see if the debt is solvent or not, or the company is solvent or not. Who's telling you this stuff? What stream is going through this? Nobody. They don't know how. They never worked on Wall Street. Why are you watching these people? Why would you do that? It's so stupid. It's sad. Meanwhile, I can't get these numbers to add up, but 1152, 883, 560, 1933, 698, 299, 299. What is that one? That is current. Okay, add the restricted cash up here. 4527, there we go. Do I have any books about accounting? We go to college. I think Ben Graham wrote a book about financial statements. Can't be sure. I'm not Mr. Forensic Accounting either, by the way. I mean, but I know enough to do this. So just, first things first, you build up all the statements, which, again, I've sort of avoided because CoreWeave has this like, they weren't public. So it's hard to add everything up. Okay. CPA. Yeah, you don't need to be CPA. That CPA is like, you learn audit and controls and stuff like that. That's good if you want to be a CFO, but maybe not so good if you want to do financial statement analysis. Let's see if they filed. I think they have one more 10Q, thank God. Otherwise, we'd have to guess from S3s and shit like that. But yeah, the solvency risk of CoreWeave is what we're trying to figure out here. And, one key question is like, can their customers kill their contracts, overnight? Is there any way they can get out of them? Now, we don't have their contracts, I don't think. So we're just going to have to read financial statements and see, is there some out? Who wants to buy some CDS? All right, we can do a full cash flow statement for the first quarter. Okay, minus 34641. And what we're really trying to focus on here is the depreciation. That's kind of the key question in my eyes. And then also working capital. I think working capital is pretty atrocious for them. And I'm actually going to do something I don't usually do, which is actually spell out all the working capital items instead of consolidating them. Yeah, I think most of this is going to hinge on whether or not their customers can, have any option at all to cancel. That's kind of where it all boils down. So yeah, they generated 61 million in cash flow from operations. They bought 1.5 billion of chips, nevertheless. So it's good. How much money do we make this quarter? 61 million? Okay, yeah, I want to buy 1.4 billion of chips. What? Okay. Yeah, that sounds smart. You just don't see the vision. Use a hater. There's no FX here. No, I'm still short quantum. Very painful today. And Friday is very painful. Why is QUBT up? It's so crazy. Look at AVXL is up too. Unbelievable. There's too much money sloshing around in this market. Yeah, I was supposed to bring my hoodie, but I forgot it at home. So now I'm going to be freezing all day. Well, maybe I have an app for that. I have to go get my passport. When will you surpass Warren Buffett? That's a tough act to follow. For news, I would use Godel. That or Bloomberg. Ah, there it is. Okay, that's easy. Ha. Yeah, market's just gyrating like crazy. These are so weird. Contract incentive? Operating lease, right of use assets acquired through lease liability. I want to throw that in other. Warrants received as lease incentive. Non-cash investments. Non-cash investments. The fuck is a non-cash investment? Reclassification of customer deposit to debt? Bruh. Reclassification of warrants to equity. This is so weird. I don't even know how to do this. Okay. This is a complicated statement. There's all these extra lines here. I would say less than that, Leonard. Okay, now the most recent one. Okay. Still don't have this quite right, but almost there. Let's see. 1402. This is a plus, right? 333, 211. Negative 171,034. 1252507. This is 14. Okay. 233. 836. Okay. Perfect. Look at the CapEx. So nuts. What the fuck? Some underflow error? What the hell is that? $28,693 proceeds from stock options. IPO proceeds $14.22. 619, 67669. Okay. There. RSUs. It's 144. IPO 28769. 5779. Okay, great. Now that's all set up. We can start sort of analyzing this. We don't need these lines anymore necessarily. I'll just remove them from this. Okay. Let's focus. So they had this big cash flow quarter in Q3, but where's the cash flow coming from? That's what we're trying to figure out. You got 630 from DNA, which is fine. We like DNA. We like to add that back, right? No problem. But what about these two? Accounts payable is just money that you don't pay your vendors, right? So I think that's, if you're growing, this would apply. Deferred revenue is money you receive from your customers, but you still owe them the product. So deferred revenue is kind of a tricky one to book. So we're trying to figure out what the true margin on the business is. And we could do that with the income statement, right? Deferred revenue is not good if you're counting it in cash flow because it's not really cash flow. You want deferred revenue, but that's in backlog as well. So if we try to just do net income plus DNA. Oh, sorry. We do net income plus DNA. We get cash flow that's a lot more modest, 150, 300, 400. And I think this is probably the right way to do it. Maybe with SBC. Try that. Because stock-based comp is obviously not cash as well. So give them credit for that too. If I'm a lender, I'm okay with that. So, that's a little bit better. That's 330, 450, 500. Here's gross margin with depreciation added back is more like 60%, which is pretty good. I don't know if... Yeah, I think we stick with the income statement. I don't know what the next quarters will bring too. That's a really important question. But I took this number, the 64%, the margin there. I should increase the sales and marketing. So it's obviously going up. I should increase the G&A too, because I do think that'll go up. Okay, but still very healthy. That's going to be a very healthy business if they can grow it. And that's the question, right? Is this backlog really uncancelable? So if we just take consensus, which is I think kind of what I did here, actually I'm below consensus. Yeah. Maybe not totally below consensus, but okay. Yeah, if we take below consensus, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, just the next 5 quarters wipes out all their debt. So at least all the bonds. I want to look into this. Let's see if we can find the term loan here. Okay. DDTL 1.0 facility. Okay. Well, we have some of this stuff here. We have these two outstanding. Okay, let's try this. 2030 senior notes. DDTL 1.0, DDTL 2.0, DDTL 2.1, DDTL 3.0. What are these? These are term loan facilities. They've got a revolver. It's 700. Three point oh is 2030 paper. Two point one is September 2030 paper. And the enchilada, the big one, is 2.0, which is again 2030 maturity, 10% interest. And then 1.0 is a pretty big piece of paper. That's March 2028. So pretty soon. But they don't have any debt due for a little while. But here's the debt schedule. So we'll finish out this quarter. We'll just assume that their cash flow is this rough net income plus DNA that I'm projecting here. I assume they don't do any more CapEx purchases, which obviously they do intend to do that. Okay. Okay, let's see. So 3.5 in cash. This is 12,755 in debt. But they still have other loans. They have Magnetar. That looks like the Magnetar loan there, 12%. January 2029, 265 million. Then they have OEM financing arrangements. Okay, that's Nvidia, or who is that? And that's that's due right away. That's odd. We'll have to look into that a little bit. All right, so that's the stack. $14.2 billion of debt. 3.4 billion of cash. So now let's go to the annuals. We'll see how they're going to handle this. They won't pay taxes while they have this debt outstanding because it gets swept into the debt. All right. Okay, so if all goes according to plan, it looks like they have plenty of cash flow to handle not just paying the debt, but also expanding the business. 2026 cash flow could be as much as 5 billion, in which case they don't pay this, they don't pay this, they don't pay this, this, or this, but perhaps they pay this. And cash would drop. Just say 7 billion aggregate debt. They'd still be in a net debt position, but in 2027, let's see what they pay. I don't think they'd pay anything, but they'd now be in a net cash position. In 2028, if things went according to plan, they'd be fine to pay off virtually all of this, right? 2028, what would be mature is this and this. So yeah, they would not just be solvent, they'd be flush with cash. What's the catch? What's the catch? The catch maybe is you have a $51 billion, $55 billion backlog, and we're recognizing, 51 over the next period here. Yeah, no, we're going to do that as well, Xantev. Don't worry. I'm about to pop that in too. Well, do they need to buy more GPUs if this is contracted already? Are they getting contracts for GPUs they don't own yet? I don't think so. Gross margin is that's excluding DNA. So that's the runoff gross margin. It's a very profitable business once you've bought the chips and you don't have to pay for them anymore. It's a lot of profits there. Okay, yeah, I'm substantially below the street, right? The street's at 30 billion here. And the street's at 18 billion here, 18 and a half. So I'm very much, much lower. Adjusted net income is a little bit different because the street is assuming they... See if I can get cash flows. Street's assuming some cash flow per share. Let's see. This is sort of cash flow per share right here. And I'm again more or less below the street here. Let me see. Street's at 1778 for this year, 3333 for that year. This is operating cash flow. And 2026, slightly above the street, but that's that. So let's assume they keep spending, which I think is a fair assumption. Go back to CapEx here. This number kind of tells you how much they can afford to spend on CapEx, the change over change, and keep a no debt profile. Not that much, actually. It's kind of a weird business, right? Because, like, you keep spending CapEx to... where are you ever accumulating cash? Which is kind of the point of business and capitalism. Recurring CapEx is the catch, yeah. No, Anthony just helps us out on some binaries. He's not an employee here or anything. I wish he was. In fact, if they just kind of, I don't know, if they just assume, because like you would think the CapEx is going to have to go up if they want to keep sort of servicing marquee clients, but let's assume it stays flat, which I don't think would be good. You know, you'd have 6 billion in cash at the end of 2028. Net cash. So at the end of 2028, your EV would be 32 billion at this share price. What's your true, if I change this back to a 20, what's normal margins? 24%. Debt's retired. Maybe you start paying taxes. Say 3 billion. So you're trading it, say, 10 times. Ten times 2028. Got to stay away from this fucking company, man. What a quagmire. Don't forget the PP&E is an asset too. Even though it's depreciating, you know, owning chips is worth something. You got to look at the one question is looking at the covenants and the contracts. Can customers cancel? Will margins drop on new contracts? We don't know what the margin profile of new contracts is. It could be much lower. So consider that. Yeah, we just don't know what the margin profile is. So many unknowns, and when you have debt, it's pretty unforgiving. But it doesn't look like they're going to have a solvency problem. You know, my hope is that I could find some solvency problem and then just short the stock and not have to worry about it. But it's more work now, you know, looking into contracts, looking into margin profile, the new contracts. You're not going to know until, you know, until those contracts start rolling on. But, you know, so far they've been doing fine. I think Nvidia might buy out one of the neo clouds for sure. But I think some of the neo clouds are worried that, you know, they're going to come in and take some of their share. Also the old clouds too. The big cloud doesn't want to see that. So there's definitely a little bit of stress there. How would you like to see Nvidia start competing with you? It would not be fun. You wouldn't want that. Whew. OpenAI description. Oh, ooh, wow. What the heck? Oh, I can fix this. I know how to fix that actually. Kind of want to look at Robinhood too. Well, Coinbase down 6%. Alibaba's up 4%. Tesla's traded the most amount of value, 13 billion so far today, up 3%. Micron's traded a huge amount. Wonder if Micron's a short. Nebius up 5%. Nebius very similar to CoreWeave. Yeah, good one. Fooled by primes. I like that. Is Tom Lee right about what? I don't even know who that is, dude. Yeah, it's just short covering on AVXL. Once that dissipates, you'll have a nice drop. I don't know how anyone can project the price of Bitcoin. I don't think that's possible. You know, you can guess, but it's a little bit silly to try to this will happen or that will happen. I mean, who knows? Oracle's the other one that people are really interested in from a solvency perspective. Yeah, I don't watch CNBC if you couldn't tell. It's just not my cup of tea, man. I'll stop there before I say something I regret.
Top news alert. Tesla wins bid to undo race bias class action by black factory workers.
Okay, so Oracle's 40 times. So Tesla's the most expensive stock in the space. I think everybody knows that. Walmart, surprisingly, also expensive. But yeah, 30 times is the multiple for all stocks next 12 months earnings. Only bargains appear to be Berkshire, Taiwan Semi, Meta, maybe Google. But everything else looks pretty rich. 2020, you're paying normal 2029 multiples. So you got to wait 3 years before, you know, you get your money back, unless maybe if Meta and Taiwan Semi are there, maybe you'd be okay, but a bit scary. Yeah, exactly. 10% correction is nothing. Market loves growth, and we're getting plenty of growth. So I think that's, you know, one thing to keep in mind. Yeah. I mean, the obvious question for Robinhood is, what happens when the market crashes? Are they, how can they sort of navigate that? And my guess is they'll probably be fine, but it is a question. Their customers are not exactly, they're kind of degens, all right? MasterCard market multiple there. Palantir. Palantir chill 206 times earnings. Just chilling. J&J, kind of not bad, 17 times. Home Depot, aka Hot Dog, 27 times. Market cap, what? Enterprise value. Are you not considering market cap for multiples? What? Huh? The fuck are you saying? Skrelly of African descent. No, I'm Albanian. There's Illyrian. A lot of people like to say Illyrian, but Illyria was a place a long time ago. It doesn't sound like a video game. Meet me in Illyria. Costco 43 times, no biggie. Who's the prostitute solicitor? I don't know that story. African. Who's John Childs? I kind of vaguely know the name. Thrashians and Dashians. Yeah, I can't say I know my ancient history, Balkan history. If you let my father tell you the story, rest in peace. He would tell you that Illyrians were the entire region. We're all from there. Everyone's Illyrian. It's like, okay, Dad. Sorry, Dad. Love you. JP Morgan, remember, it's a bank. Banks are valued a little bit differently. Exactly. Average Albanian. John Cena's Albanian. Ask Albanians. They're like, yeah, Cena. John Cena. Of course he's Albanian. Michael Jordan. Yeah, he's Albanian too. Johnny Depp, Leo DiCaprio, all Albanians. Just not known, well known, you know? I think I thought T-Mobile was cheap, but I don't remember if I did. What the T-Mobile? Okay, I should refresh my T-Mobile. But yeah, 30 times seems to be the normal multiple for next year. Expand that a little. $27 times. 27 times. Excluding outliers like Palantir. Yeah, 27 times isn't terrible. You could have a flat to up year next year, maybe. You want to reassemble Yugoslavia? What's up, Anna? Yugoslavian Anna? What's your background? What's your ethnicity? Get to the money at all times. I actually I might be in Europe for New Year's. So I'll let you all know. I have to get this passport situation figured out, but other than that, I should be good to go. Maybe I'll do a Euro trip. See all my Euro fans. Your friends died in former Yugoslavia? That's so sad. I'm sorry. Sounds terrible. I think AVXL just short covering. It's up 3%. Relax. It'll drop. Cassava had the same thing after Cassava failed. It rallied a little. Sometimes when everyone's in a short, you know, everyone thinks they're going to get paid and then everyone has to get out. And it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to wifey. I think we can probably see Germany or Poland while we're out there. I don't know. I'll have to see. Let's see what she wants to do. Yeah, I guess I could go Switzerland too. Okay, market coming in a little bit here. Putting a smile on my face. I don't know. You know, look, markets are hard to predict. I mean, I think that the good news here is that the European Union the committee did not get brainwashed. They said no. Maybe Excel doesn't have any other drugs. So think about short selling. I mean, maybe you have to give it a quarter. Maybe you have to give it, stocks won't necessarily always go down on your command, right? Oh, look at Galt up at $6. That's interesting. I kind of want to chat with one of my colleagues, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more market coverage from your favorite pharma bro. Probably you're the only pharma bro, I would say. But, Godel office in London would be great. Yeah.
Top news alert: BBC determined to fight Trump defamation claim.
Hello. Okay, I have to write some code. I have this big project for you guys that I'm working on. Segfault. Oh, signed out of AWS? No.
CoreWeave's doing fine. I can look at a Cypher mining. Are they completely pivoted now to GPUs, or are they still? Using GPT-5 codecs to do some programming here in the meantime. Do something like this. OpenAI will go public. Maybe 27, late 27, could be. I don't know if those are tailwinds. Could be headwinds. Kind of amazing how United Therapeutics still exists. It's got to be the end of the line for them at some point. It's got to be a good short. Nobody's ever succeeded in shorting this company, though. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
that drug pharmacy dude, Martin. What's his
Yeah.
name?
Martin Shkreli.
Shkreli.
All right, make a phone call real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody who's like impossible to find. Their phone number, it's really brutal. When the Palantir trade happened, I um bought even more for the next week. It was one of my better trades actually. It was great. Of course, I wanted those 0 DTEs to work out too. I don't know much about the macro, to be honest. I just have a feeling. It's nothing really too special. I think a lot of people are bearish, but I'm still short. I'm not shorting AVXL. I'm just short. You know, I don't know what the fans of AVXL see for the future, but there's just going to be nothing to do there. They might have to pivot or do something different, and the market cap's going to be pretty hobbled. Yeah, being a contrarian can work. Yeah, I suppose I should short Capper. Capper's coming up pretty soon here, a few weeks. Hopefully that goes better than AVXL. AVXL is a little bit of a disappointment. Not nearly as Oh no, Will. If they have to do another study, it's going to be pretty bad. Hope you didn't get hosed on it or anything. Friendship first. I always want my friends to make money. Mislinged. Got mislinged. Oh, I was able to short some AVXL. Okay, I'm going to short some more. What's up with turn? I don't want to use all my buying power on it, but D-Wave will be a teenager very soon. How about that Epstein stuff? Speaking of teenagers. Oh, that was bad. Epstein was very against Trump. Very against Trump. He was trying to feed dirt. I don't think the autophagy thing is real. I think they came up with that after the fact. Anovis is worse than Anavex. Never met Epstein, no. Well, that's just, kind of a word people use just to mean glazing, right? Doesn't literally mean, just means that he was glazing Clinton, as the kids say these days. He was kissing his ass. And who amongst us hasn't kissed a president's ass as a business person? That's pretty straightforward. You got to do tricks on it sometimes. But yeah, I think Trump was playing chess because he teased out enough to make him look bad. And the Dems are like, release all the files. And he's like, okay. And all the files was that, who's that lady? Crockett? Was that her name? Who was literally taking text messages from Epstein. Cringe. Yikes. Yeah, a little backgammon. Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. I don't know when those arrive, but yeah, they should be better than that, I would say. Let's take a look at it. Cover SPRB, I bought some, and now I'm long. Cover is when you short. I've said many times that's a 5x. I would not be short something I think is a 5x. Hope that clears it up. User aborted request? What are you talking about? Yeah, thank you, Ben. I will check that. Yeah, I'm kind of attracted to Duolingo. Thanks, Jibber. Yeah, it was fun to have the matching outfit. He's such a little munchkin. I am still shorting AVXL. That's right. Okay, gotta use the restroom real quick. BRB.
Yeah, I'm not a merger arb guy. Who's offering Kenview? The Kimberly Clark deal? Or is there a new bidder? La di da. Wow, look at AVXL.
Get a short some. You can't squeeze the scroll. You can't squeeze the screeze. Come on, man. You ain't doing that. You ain't doing that. Period. The end. Yeah, Anavis is kind of too small cap to short. If you don't like shorting AVXL, Anavis is even worse. It's too micro, you know? What's up with turn? Any news there? Any data? I don't know much about it. 2.2 billion. Wow, look at that run it's been on. Yeah, BBAI is a joke. Yeah, AVXL's meat on the bones. Are you crazy? How many $300 or $400 million companies do you know that are worthless? What do they have? It's old as Alzheimer's drug that doesn't work that they need to run new studies for with no patent protection? Get the fuck out of here. That shit don't work. That shit don't work. That shit don't work. Yeah, man, I'm short. What do you mean not long? I long lots of stuff. Nvidia and Palantir. I buy stocks and shares of good companies, good ass companies. You buy the trash. Yeah, I'm an IFRX baggy, yes. It's an M. Spruce, Biohaven, Abivax, Sarepta. How many more of my longs do you want? PGen. Come on, dogs. Rocket. Replimune. Remember Replimune? Good for you, Vane. Top 3? You don't ask questions like that. All right? I tell you when I want to tell you. When I want to. Not when you tell me to. When I want to. I look at a lot of stocks. I'm in and out all the time. Corolla.
That drug pharmacy dude, Martin. What's his name?
Martin Shkreli.
Shkreli.
Quantum falling out of bed again. It's over for these stocks, man. You know it's over. Stop the cap. Stop it right now. May I meet you? May I meet you? Yeah, I almost bought Build-A-Bear. The whole company. I wanted to buy the whole company during COVID. There are traders that make money. I don't know any of them. Some of them out there are making money. Ain't too many of them. Yeah, I don't know about AI and drug discovery. It's kind of a LARP, if you ask me. There's CoreWeave dropping too. Oclo's negative. Shit's about to hit the fucking fan. I wanted to buy, it was trading like at cash. It's like maybe 60 million. And I was like, we got to buy this thing. And my partner was like, nah, dude, what do we know about retail? This and that. I was like, buy the fucking company. I was in jail. He was like, Martin's losing his shit. That man is crazy. That man's fucking crazy. Market was assuming COVID would never, ever, ever end. I'm like, man, people need teddy bears, man. People need teddy bears. Teddy bear business isn't going away. I think so, Ryan. The mood is just so bad out there. I can't see just don't see shit working out. I kind of see Ion Q with a like a two handle, to be honest. Corby's dropping. Corby's Corby's a big part of the market right now. Not underestimate that. Miftar? Don't think too much of Nebius, I'll tell you that. I think it's a tough business to be in. The CPU, GPU business, the cloud business. It's tough. There's not going to be infinite demand. I mean, it feels like it now, I guess, but uh, sure, Zero. Biohaven's going to 0. You don't like it? You should short it. Do it, pussy. Hey, thanks, man. All right, all right. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic because I can't hear you or see you. Hope you know that. That's how it works over the internet. AMC? Who still watches AMC? Stop capping. That was that guy, what's his name? Nobody Special? He was like, AMC's my favorite. That video was great. I would delete that video if I were him. That little fuck. That guy's like 5'5", 300 pounds. I used to smack people like that just for coming around my way. Guy streaming from his mom's basement. It's the biggest stock in my meme portfolio. What? Can't even say that around me. I get mad. Start smacking people. White House is pumping? What is White House pumping? I'll bully anybody. I don't give a fuck. Call me a bully. Pitbull. Roof. Alice, you know, look, we can look at Figma. That's so funny. Okay, see, I told you AVXL would be back down. Y'all didn't believe me. Oh, it's nobody special. It's that fat fuck. Why don't you go on a fucking treadmill, you fat fuck?
Top news alert. U.S. stocks Wall Street fluctuates ahead of NVIDIA results government data.
Let's see what this guy's saying. Ah, is he short NVIDIA? Look at this guy.
All right.
Budget Steve Cohen.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all you magnificent melon heads of the world. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Happy Monday, everybody. Today is November 17th, 2025. Before we get into the top story of the day, here's something I have to get off my chest. I just gotta Get it out there. Look, for the last 2 years, 2 months, and 2 weeks, I have been talking an awful lot about the AI bubble, the AI mania, starting with the CoreWeave videos back in the summer of 2023, and consistently throughout this ridiculous episode that will surely go down in history as a case
Ridiculous money losing by your stupid ass.
study in human stupidity and greed. There has been one consistent theme. I have had no position in any AI-related stocks this entire time, up to and including NVIDIA. On Friday afternoon, that changed. I have put my
You don't have any money. That's why you don't have any positions. Because if you did have money, you would have shorted and you would have had no money again.
money where my mouth is. Look, for all this time, I have been unwilling to short a mania, because shorting a mania is basically standing in front of a freight train and betting your life that it's going to stop. You can be right and still end up a pancake. And so for 2 years, I've stayed out of that. I finally pulled the trigger on an NVIDIA short on Friday. Look, guys, this is a risky trade. I'm not a trading service. I don't recommend anybody follow my trade.
Well, the funny thing is, he actually might be right. You know, I don't know. I don't think so, but timing wise, staying out of it, you know, would have been smart, but I don't think he has any capital. So to me, I think he just scraped together, you know, a few $1,000s for a margin account. And he finally is short, you know, this minuscule amount. I mean, NVIDIA, you want to short stocks when the best possible news is out. That's kind of where they're at. And Jensen said they, you know, we're going to beat earnings by a mile. And the stocks still didn't really go up. I wouldn't short, but I don't know that he's like dead wrong. I think he is dead wrong about like this bubble is ridiculous kind of talk. Like people are obviously buying NVIDIA computers. The quantum bubble is ridiculous. Right, that's a totally different, you know, thing. Now, again, people are also buying routers during the dot-com bubble, so you have to be a little careful when people extrapolate, you know, good times will last forever and just get better and better. You know, Thiel doesn't really trade public equities. He has a team that does it, so I wouldn't look at Thiel's moves as that relevant. He's got a hedge fund that does it for him. He's not sitting there whipping around NVIDIA. He's no kidding, routers are not GPUs. But the point is that, you know, I don't even know what the point is. Burry doesn't have any thoughts on tech that are worth... Burry's not a tech guy. If I ever hear the word Burry again, I'm going to bury you. Fuck does Burry know about technology? Wake the fuck up. Listen to some real investors. Like nobody special. It's not that I hate Burry, it's that I hate people who bring him up. It's like the world's smallest hedge fund. It's true, NVIDIA is a software company. Burry closed his fund because its performance is shit. Okay, mods, ban anybody that says Burry. Ban. Just ban them. Just ban them. I don't want you as a follower. Okay, Anavex back down. Let's keep listening to this idiot.
That's not what I do here. There's plenty of a-holes on Twitter who will charge you $25 a month to copy their trades. Go ahead, have fun with them. They're all going to put you in the same 5 stocks. Just getting this off my chest, and I'm just putting it out there, mostly to CYMIA. I am now short NVIDIA, so from this point on, anything I say, you have to at least keep that asterisk next to it and understand I have a financial interest in the direction that stock moves. But look, there's this article in the Wall Street Journal this morning talking about how Wall Street is just piling money into this data center bubble. See if you can spot a couple of psychological red flags in that article. Also, Peter Thiel has also sold out all of his NVIDIA stock. Now he joins Masa Son over at SoftBank, who last week sold all of his position in NVIDIA stock, ironically, to raise the cash needed to buy NVIDIA's chips. So you got another high-profile billionaire dumping those shares. Also interesting this morning, and to kind of counter that bearish AI news, you got a story that Berkshire Hathaway, one of the last actions that Warren Buffett took at the helm at Berkshire Hathaway was to buy Google stock or Alphabet stock. They actually saw that as a value play. That's interesting. And now the big story this morning, the one that's really, it had me grinding my teeth all weekend. Former Federal Reserve Governor Adriana Kugler, she kind of had people scratching their heads over the summer. She resigned very abruptly for personal reasons, of course. And this was all right around the time, all the controversy about Lisa Cook and mortgage fraud and how the Trump administration was charging after her and trying to get her to resign. And really, they just wanted to lower interest rates. He wanted his rate cuts. He was trying to force it and stack the Fed with sycophants who do whatever he says. And when Kugler resigned abruptly, a lot of people apparently correctly surmised that there was some kind of reason for that there was like either she was being blackmailed or she had done some kind of fraud too. Who knows what? Fed governors don't just abruptly resign in the middle of their term for no reason, especially when she only had a few months left in her term. Well, we found out why. She was caught trading stocks. And you might be like, oh, what's the big deal? A lot of people trade stocks. Yeah, when you're a Fed governor and you directly control the value of stocks by pumping liquidity into the stock market or into the bond market, thus inflating the stock market while making everybody else poor at the same time, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to financially benefit from that. You're not allowed to trade individual stocks. Every Fed governor knows this. All right? It's not like, oh, I didn't know that was against the rules. This is a highly sophisticated, specialized position of immense power. Trust me, these people know the freaking rules. They break them anyway. She was caught trading several individual stocks, including during the Fed's blackout period, which is a few days before and after the FOMC, when the stock market moves rather dramatically based on what the Federal Reserve does. She broke the rules. She asked Jerome Powell for a free pass on it. Powell, to his credit, rejected that and submitted her to the ethics board for review or whatever, and she resigned. What the hell? You know, there's all these people out there, these sell-side guys on CNBC who are always like, oh, you know, the Federal Reserve needs to be careful of their credibility, and we wouldn't want to damage the credibility of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, you know, after the whole like transitory thing, when you put everybody in the poorhouse by causing inflation, and then half the Fed FOMC was caught insider trading stocks. 2 of them had to resign over that. We're not even, 2 years removed from that fiasco, and now we've got another one? It's almost like we're better off not having a Federal Reserve. You know, like the first, 140 or 150 years of this country's history, when we didn't have a Federal Reserve, we made it. We were okay. We survived. There wasn't pandemonium, hell on earth, dog and cats living together. Maybe we should just not have one. Imagine if you weren't forced to play in a casino because your savings was being slowly made worthless by a bunch of unelected bureaucrats who make themselves rich at your expense. Just imagine. Maybe we could get a John Lennon song about that. Also, last Friday, we had a little bit of a Friday news dump on Friday. It went largely unnoticed outside of FinTwit. FinTwit is all over everything. I love those guys on FinTwit. People knock it all the time. FinTwit is freaking awesome. The New York Federal Reserve got together with the bank executives last week very quietly to discuss their short-term lending facility, otherwise known as the Standing Repo Facility. And if you guys don't know, the Standing Repo Facility, that is just basically like this open door, the revolving door of liquidity that the Federal Reserve set up a few years ago and said, hey, bank, if you get in trouble, no problem. You don't have to sell your bonds or anything like that. Don't dump assets on the market and cause a panic. Just lend them to us for a couple of days. We'll give you cash to get you by, and then in a few days, we'll swap back. It's called the Standing Repo Facility, and it's one of the ways the Federal Reserve injects money into the market because they typically use freshly printed cash for those repurchase agreements. Well, the Fed got together with all the banks on Friday and said, hey, I just want to remind all you guys that we have this thing, that it's there, that you can all use it, and we also want to assure you that large-scale usage would not be problematic. What? Why would banks suddenly need large-scale usage of the Standing Repo Facility? Well, let me translate, guys. The Federal Reserve is worried about a liquidity event. We have all seen the reverse repo come all the way down. That's excess liquidity in the market has gone up in smoke. The Fed has stopped or is about to stop their quantitative tightening recently. We did see an uptick in Standing Repo Facility usage at the end of October, a little bit of a spike on Halloween, and we saw some use of the Fed's discount window. Now the Fed is having a meeting reminding the banks, if you guys need to take a whole boatload of money out of the Standing Repo Facility, that'd be just fine by us. Somebody sees a liquidity event coming, and the Fed is just ready to spin up that money printer on a moment's notice. What else we got here? A foreclosure spike in the United States. Hey, you know what? We're talking about the Federal Reserve endlessly pumping asset prices while putting people in the poorhouse and insider trading stocks. While that's all going on, we have this fun story about a 20% year-over-year increase in foreclosures in the United States. Thanks to real estate analytics firm Adam, they're putting out that there was a 20% year-over-year increase in foreclosures. Still nowhere near 2008, 2009 levels, but a 20% year-over-year rise is still significant. Affordability is the problem. Big increases in home insurance and property taxes are causing people to miss mortgage payments and foreclose on their house. Florida is the state leading. Also, states like Tennessee and Nevada are seeing that. As people can't afford life, and that's why it kind of sucks that these Fed governors are trading stocks, getting rich at our expense while all that's going on. We've also got China and Japan are going at it over Sanai Takaichi's recent comments about Taiwan. The Chinese seem to have their panties in a bunch over that one. Screw them if they can't take a joke. India's trade deficit has hit a new record on the 1-2 punch of tariffs, causing a reduction in their exports, while a surge of imports as Indians piled into gold and silver caused a blowout in their trade policy. That story intersects with a couple of big recent events. We've got Jeff Gundlach, a.k.a. the Bond King, is out on TV warning about garbage lending in reference to private credit, something we have been talking about a lot on this channel as well. And we have more Epstein BS going on today. I can't tell you how sick I am of this story. The Epstein story has devolved into pointless political theater. Unless they are going to release everything all at once, I don't want to hear anything about it. Release it all and be done with this.
Nobody cares what you think.
We got a lot to talk about this morning. Why don't we shrink my big melon of a head and let's see what's going on in the world of finance today? As always, hey, how about that like button? And borrowing costs in Japan is a little bit domestically, not only for the likes of Meta. And investor appetite for data center debt is so strong that some money management capital expenditure in the next couple of years. All right, provided a bigger target than anything. Government ethics on Saturday released Kugler's latest. Who take their place would be better. Hey, I just throw them out there. You guys do what you want.
Yeah, sort of a perma bear. He once thought that CoreWeave was a fake company. It was just like an LLC propped up by NVIDIA. he still thinks that's like a credible viewpoint. I was like, nah, dude, CoreWeave has customers and stuff. Like, I'm a customer. He's like, you're a customer. That means it's a fraud. I was like, well, it's not really. You know what? You're right. Okay? Yeah. You're right. Just leave it at that. And then CoreWeave 10x. He and I get into it sometimes. It's fun to see his perma bearishness. Hey, if you're bearish long enough, you might actually be right. The problem is how do you trade that? Yeah, and NVIDIA's considering getting that margin, but the problem is they basically have this distribution and they're selling the capital intensive part of it to somebody else. And if they start doing cloud, then their customers start wondering, why are we taking all this CapEx risk? But it is a good question. I think NVIDIA is also asking that of SMC and other people who take their chips and put them in cabinets and racks. There are serious questions about, where is NVIDIA giving up margin that they could, maybe reaggregate. I think without pissing off, the rest of the ecosystem. It's a good question. So United Therapeutics stock I've been following my whole life, basically. Kind of a weird company, to say the least. Drugs have never gone generic, despite having no IP, no patent life, in other words. They just kind of keep on keeping on. No antitrust litigation. No, Yeah, he is talking UNH. I think that's Vivek's talking point as well. Yeah, Mark DeGaradell, a excellent CEO.
But yeah, one has to wonder when Uther's miracle run will end. No drug lasts forever. That's something everyone has to learn the hard way. John Cena can't last forever, for example. Yeah, Eutrepia is the competitor. You know, Tyvaso is 1.3 billion. Making a generic Tyvaso should not be that hard. Market's assuming Remodulin lasts forever. Treprostinol. Did I get it right? Treprostinil. Orenitram as well. I you know, it's a weird company, man. I don't know what they're doing. Been talking about lung transplants, xenotransplants for a really long time. It could stay relevant, but where's the supply and demand for generics? You know, it's not an easy to make drug, I get that, but I would have thought it was going to be offline a long time ago, but it's one of the most sturdiest cash flow streams in the industry. Most sturdy. But yeah, the market is assuming it lasts for much, much longer, which is kind of nuts. No IP. I mean, the expectations are practically impossible to achieve. I mean, but you know, Martine, their CEO, just seems to always come out on top. So what are you gonna do? Insmed is doing something? Forgot about that. FactSet, our wonderful partner. Their stock appears to have gotten very cheap. Shall I propose an unsolicited merger? And his name is John Cena. There's a crisis of confidence at FactSet, and the only person that can fix it is Farmer Bro. Martin Shkreli is FactSet Bro. Is FactSet in Fortune 5 in S&P 500? Is it? I don't think so. Maybe not. 10 billion cap. Give me the answer. Give me the AI mode. Yes, it is. Okay.
It was the S&P 500 company that didn't know they needed him. Martin Shkreli is. FactSet.
All right, listen, guys. Huddle up. I'm the new HNIC. Excuse me, what's that? You guys want a video? I think I have a video of me coming in as a new CEO of a company. You guys want to see it? Okay, let's take
We
a look.
want to welcome Mr. Clark to Eastside. We've heard so much about you and tell you what we have done in anticipation of your arrival. Ms. Levias, your other vice principal, and I have appointed an executive committee to oversee certain areas where we have noted a need for improvement. Mr. Zarella, for
You
example...
may sit down, Mr. O'Malley. You think you can run this school? If you could, then I wouldn't be here, would I? No one talks in my meetings. No one!
No sell side.
Take out your pencils and write. I want the names of every hoodlum,
Every short
drug
seller,
dealer,
every
and
executive.
miscreant who's done nothing but take this place apart on my desk by noon today. Reverend Slappy. Yes, sir.
You
are now the
are my
chief
new
custodian,
CFO.
Reverend Slappy. You will scour this building clean. Graffiti goes up.
Any bad
off the next
contracts?
day. Is that clear?
Yes, sir, the very next day.
Detention students can help you. Let them scrub this place for a while. And tear down those cages in the cafeteria. You treat them like animals, that's exactly how they'll behave. This is my new Dean of Security, Mr. William Wright. He will be my avenging angel as you teachers reclaim the halls. This is an institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't control
A
it,
profit.
how can you teach?
How can you grow?
Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm.
Margins are not the enemy of
Mr.
growth.
Zarella.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zarella, you are now my new head football coach. Mr. Darnell. Stand up, Mr. Darnell. Mr. Darnell will be your assistant. You know why you're being demoted, Mr. Darnell? Because I'm sick and tired of our football team getting pushed all over the field. Thank you. Sit down. I want precision. I want a weight program. And if you don't like it, Mr. Darnell, you can quit. Same goes for the rest of you. You've tried it your way for years, and your students can't even get past a minimum basic skills test. That means they can hardly read. They've given me less than 1 year, one school
turn
year
earnings
to turn
around.
this place around, to get those test scores up, so the state will not take us over to perform the task which you have failed to do.
The board
Educate our children.
to grow our earnings.
Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency,
We
and
have
my word
to
is
eat the
law.
streets' earnings.
There's only one boss in this place, and that's me. The HNIC. Are there any questions? Mr. Wright?
HNIC?
The head nigger in charge.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll be an S&P 500 CEO, but I don't think it was. I think that may have been invented by Prodigy. So FactSet is a new CEO. He comes from wealth management. I don't know what's going on with the street. Don't know if they like him, don't like him. You know, as partners, I love them. But I still notice the stock has dropped. And, you know, whatever I can do to help. Oh, I didn't know how geographically diversified they are. Oh, that's interesting. America's EMA is dropping. They're actually doing fine in the Americas. It's EMEA, which nobody can blame you for having a rough experience there. Is this operating income? Okay, I see. Not revenue. I got to go to get a passport. I will catch you guys on the flippity flip. Sorry to leave you so early, but I got to go. See you very soon. Maybe 2 o'clock-ish.
Top news alert: Fed needs to move slowly with further rate cuts, Jefferson says.
Hello, hello. Live on the scene with Easy Money Stacks. No comment. Learned from his dad. No comment, no comment. Get that mic out of my face. Oh, nope. How are you doing, Easy? Always wearing a shirt in the office. LOL. He got the fresh drip, too. Born into money. You could say that. Bro's already going to the office. That's a fact. Why is bro into the commuter fit? Wait till you see his blazer. Who? $32 billion valuation. Yep. Finance bro status already. You and him will watch this video in 20 years and laugh. True. Thank you. You guys want to buy shares of Baby Shkreli? Let's do a baby public offering. I understand that. I understand that. Oh, shit. Hey, Dad, buddy. Is that, it's that, oh, it's that, hey, there's old Messy. Where's that? How's your hair, this Miss Messy? How's your hair this messy, bud? You wearing your little hat? You're so chubby. She chubby. She's got little boots on too. Dada loves you. Dada loves you. Dada loves you, bud. Dada. Oh no! Oh no. The spit up is real. You holding all that in, bud? You're holding all that in? All that spit up. Hey, Dada loves you. That's Mama. Hey. Here's Mama. Look at the boots. Look at the booties. Love you, buddy. Oh, you can walk up here. Dada loves you. Dada loves you. Yes, I do. You gonna see Nana later? That's your friend, Nana? That's Grandma? You wanna take your coat off? You wanna take the coat off? Wanna see Auntie? You wanna see Auntie? See Auntie? I know you like Auntie. Who's got blue eyes? Who's got blue eyes? No, I can't mention Quantum. He starts crying. That's a cool jacket you got, bud. Here's a cool jacket. You want to see Uncle Jason? Corduroy jacket is swag.
Top news alert: Supreme Court to review U.S. government power to limit asylum processing.
That's right. You want to say hi to Mama? Say hi to the boys. Let's see the boys. Look how I'm holding them. He's got some programming to do. Putting him to work. PTO for that nap. Got a nap quota here. Can't take too many naps. Check, check. There's Uncle Jason. Go. Uh-oh. Not Jake Hell. Yeah, I can lower the desktop volume. Okay, desktop will be lowered. I don't know why this. Oh man. Check. Okay. Maybe that's better. You gotta adjust the settings. No, what'd Cliff say? Short INQ the most. I mean, quantum can be down 20, 30% in a day. A lot of people don't appreciate that. I don't think AI is over. I did not I short CoreWeave. I shorted a little bit of CoreWeave this morning, and I covered it after our little analysis there. Well, the passport office was, all the computers are down, a lady told us. It's like, the system's down. You got to come back later. Well, thanks a lot. Teal isn't really a trader. He has a macro guys that work for him. They trade. So Teal's not sitting there making trading decisions on anything, really. He's mostly a VC. That's where he's putting, a large amount of money to work. So that Teal headline is about as useless as tits on a bull. QUBT will fall, don't worry. Well, I'm a big Sarepta fan. I think there is a student subscription. I actually don't know how to get it. I think maybe if you send an email to contact@godalterminal.com, they might be able to help you. I am not short NVIDIA. No. NVIDIA is a really sturdy company. It's just, in a market like this, it may not matter. That's a good idea, layoff show. I like that trade idea. Yeah, Tom, we're gonna have to add that. Going down stuff. We're just getting started, pal. We're just getting started. BTQ. All right.
Send me today and I'll review ASAP.
Okay.
That drug pharmacy dude, Martin. What's his name?
Mark Scully.
Shkreli.
Yuma $1.15. Yeah, I want to look at FactSet. It's a great company. Maybe very undervalued. We'll see. A weird fiscal year. Maybe it's just too expensive before. I don't know. Yeah.
See you later. Say goodbye. Bye, everybody. We're bundled up. You can't move. Saying goodbye to my wonderful son. Get home safe. See you soon.
Top news alert, U.S. House to push forward an Epstein vote after Trump reversal.
Okay. So interested in this one guy, Epstein. It's amazing. What a weird figure, right? Seemed to know everybody. Except for Shkreli. Okay, quantum ticking down a bit here. I'll look at D-Wave balance sheet. So I'll make sure I'm not buying puts that are a little out of this world. Why have I not updated D-Wave? I just get too mad. Had 286 million shares outstanding. Now they have 346. No biggie. All right, what's on the balance sheet? I see 800-ish. Not a lot. Loans payable, 32. So, could be a $3 stock again, man. I don't know, man. I'm gonna buy some out of the monies, man. Can we see D-Wave at 3? Can we see D-Wave at 10? Why not? 15? I believe it. I fucking believe it. What do you believe? You believe in ghosts? D-Wave could easily be a $5 stock. Don't play with me. It is a fraud. Shit, my phone.
Cop News Alert, acting head of FEMA, leaves after short and troubled tenure.
All right, all right, all right. What's going on? Capper coming up? The capper? Check, 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 check. Wow, Okla's down 4%. These frontier tech stocks are not going to have an easy time staying up. If that remains. Now, we know this space, things always seem to change very quickly. Check.
that drug pharmacy dude, Martin. What's his name?
Mark Shkreli.
Shkreli.
May I meet you? Yeah, you don't tell me what to do, what to analyze. Ever. Ever. Ever again. Don't you ever do that. I don't know, Steve. I can't hold your hand. You asked me to hold your hand? That shit's gay. That shit's gay. Can't hold your hand, dog. I ain't gonna do that. Mm-mm. You could copy my trades, just don't cry when you lose money. I like to lose. I love losing.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks Wall Street indexes fall 1%. Investors brace for jobs data. NVIDIA.
This shit is... I love it. You know, I love losing. Shit, lately I've been losing. But it's alright. I got something for them. About to come right back.
Be honest.
Massey getting booked.
DeMassey.
DeMassey, what'd you do? You scammer? Yeah, I scammed him. I called it quantum computing. I'm a physicist from Oxford. What's that? The fuck is that? Yeah. That school? You went to college? I'm a physicist from Oxford. Niccolo DeMassey. You don't know who I am? Mumbai. Welcome to Mumbai. Open door. I don't have time to speak anywhere. I wish I did. I don't know, Abab.
Dr. Alan Barretts. PhD. From Miami.
You don't, Bobby. I tell you, that's it. I'll tell you my trades sometimes. But sometimes if I'm building up a position, I actually don't want you to see it. Does that make sense? Is that okay? Sometimes I don't want you to see it. Sorry, bud. I don't know, Abab. It's hard to say. They probably will get a CRL, and it'll probably go up if they say the clinical's fine and they just need some CMC adjustments. I think it'll go to 150, 200 pretty easily. Not exactly, Vince, no. Again, sometimes I'm building a position and I want to do it without getting violated. I'm not presently long NVIDIA. I generally try to be long NVIDIA. It's worked. That's a good strategy. I like Palantir. I am long. I am long Biohaven. Piece of dog crap. Piece of dog poo poo. That's poo poo. Yes, Nix, there are financial firms using Godel. We make financial software, so yes. I don't know what OpenAI is going to do or not. We'll see. So, you know, I think they have pretty flexible plans and they're growing very rapidly. So if you just think about 50 billion in revenue for the next 5 years, they can spend 250 just off revenue without dipping into cash. So I think they're very smart in how they're going about things. It's all about the tail of cash flow, not the front end. Yeah, I'm long all those stocks, those dogs, some of them. Sarepta is a good value stock, but value stock is synonym for pain.
What up? I don't know. On Abivax, I mean, I bought EQ. That's sort of a derivative or proxy. I don't know. Eating popcorn. Yeah, they gave a decision. They told them they were going to vote no. I don't think they're going to change their mind. It was material enough for them to tell them they were going to trend no. What's up with Omeros? Novo deal. Capper hard to borrow. Robinhood filing doing shorting. I doubt it, Brian. I mean, they're telling you they're going to say no. So, to me, what other interpretation or, what else do you want? It's all just short covering, keeping it up, I don't think we're gonna do a token, but that could work. Maybe. Who knows? Never say never. I just thought of one really good use for it. Yeah, Big Bear is going lower, I think. Oh, it could be a Santa rally. Who knows? I'm not sure after market earnings. I just look at the report. I don't. If I have a view on the quarter, I mean, that's different. But I typically don't have a view on the quarter. I just do my thing. I have, Michael, yes. What the? Oh, wow. Hard to borrow. Capper. Are they capping?
Top news alert. Trump says we'll be selling F-35s to Saudi Arabia.
Buying IonQ puts. Maybe I should do the same thing for D-Wave. Ugh. Come on. Need a good day or my stocks go down. I know, Kyle. Tell me about it. Big fucking drop. Vivid offering. Uh-oh. We get a bank that. Godell should have gotten a deal. Hell yeah, D-Wave's going to 5. What you talking about? Litecoin. Don't even say that around me. Jevons Paradox. Oh, of course I've had options go in the money after the close all the time. Shit happens on the regular. Yeah, it feels like time, but you never know. It may not be time, we just don't know. Rap? You think I can rap? Check me out. Listen. Oh. I can just do that over and over again. Let's go. Bad boy. Diddy was trying to tell us all along. Yeah, just had to read between the lines. I don't know about these IFRX guys. Feels like I'm cooked on that one. Yeah, Teal has a lot of people managing money for him. It's not Peter sitting there on a level 2 screen worrying about the price of NVIDIA. But I could see how a beginner or a rookie might think that. Some of you guys are starting to piss me off. Still confident. No, Teal is a big Bloomberg guy. No, he's not the one with the final decision. He's not trading. He's Jesus Christ, some of you people. Shouting out which tweet, Vane?
Which tweet? Which tweet?
I've done too much in medical devices. Oh, the UB Tech tweet. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Lex blocks everyone. Maybe I should Pravallo. Jake Paul fighting. Let's go. I think my video's frozen. Man, I hate my computer. All right, well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you later.